2559 bar 25. I suggest that 6 to 8 be moved to a following session, and I will submit this draft agenda for your review. Seeing no observations, the modified agenda is approved. Now I would like to take advantage of this moment to address, on behalf of the Permanent Council, or congratulate the following countries for their national holidays: Peru, July 28th, Bolivia and Jamaica, August 6th, today. Congratulations. And Ecuador, next August 10th. And for the countries of the Commonwealth, happy Emancipation Day as of August 1st. We hope that their festivities are full of peace and stability, done in a spirit of democratic spirit and celebrating their rich cultural heritage. According to the mandates under the program budget of the organization for 2025, we will go to the next, or the last item on the agenda, and that draft resolution was adopted in the General Assembly. And so we will now submit to the Permanent Council the document titled Organogram of the General Secretariat. This draft is contained in document CP-4113 bar 25, revision 6. Before continuing, I'd like to express our deep recognition and to congratulate the chair of the Commission of Administrative and Budgetary Affairs, Ambassador Alejandra Solano, permanent representative of Costa Rica. We recognize her leadership, her engagement, and her skill in carrying out this entire process of discussion, making sure that this topic was taken up with the seriousness and the urgency that it deserves. We'd also like to thank the other delegations that accompanied or supported this process and who took up this question within and presented it to the Permanent Council. And we are also grateful to the General Secretary and his team, and the Secretariat for Finance Issues, and the Office of General Counsel, as well as the Secretariat of CAP for the support during this process. With that said, I will give the floor to Ambassador Solano from Costa Rica, and Chair of CAP, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to everyone. Permanent representatives, permanent observers, Madam Assistant Secretary General, delegations. I am here to, on behalf, or as chair of the CAP, to present the draft resolution titled Structure of the General Secretariat. This is a document that is presented for your review within the Permanent Council, and this is a result of a long process of intense and rigorous negotiations, but it's also an exercise in dialogue that was constructive and done in good faith on the part of all those delegations that participated. From the presentation of the draft on July 21st from the Secretariat, the member states have worked in a collaborative way, and every comment, worry, suggestion was duly listened to and incorporated into the text. And all that was to produce a balanced product that was based on hemispheric consensus. The resolution that is presented today represents our commitment to a General Secretariat at the OAS that is more efficient, transparent, and responsible when it comes to the use of the resources available to it. We have been able to put forth a structure that will optimize functions, avoid duplication of efforts, and reinforce the principles of good governance and institutional austerity. without compromising our operational capabilities or the principles of this organization. What I'd like to highlight here, especially, is the leadership and the goodwill of Mr. Secretary General Albert Randin, who not only presented a ambitious draft, but also was willing to enrich the process of building it by adjusting according to observations and comments made by member states. With full respect for the framework and skills of each governing body, and focused on institutional strengthening within the OAS, which unites us all. I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to all those delegations that participated. Iliana Navarro, the technical secretary of the CAP, my key team at the permanent mission of Costa Rica to the OAS, the Juridical Affairs Committee, the Secretariat of Financial Issues, and all of those who are involved in the Meetings Management Division. With the commitment of all and their dedication throughout this process and negotiations during the past week, well, it's been absolutely necessary to have the result that we see now. And with a tight timeline, we did this very efficiently. Mr. Chair, keeping in mind that this is the result of a transparent, open, and participatory dialogue, which reflects a broad consensus between all delegations, and it also incorporates the recommendations that were made by the very Secretary General Ramdin and his team, I would like to propose respectfully that the Permanent Council proceed to approve it by acclamation, and that afterwards the floor be opened for comments from member states, should they wish to do so. Thank you very much.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador. The draft resolution titled Structure of the General Secretariat is adopted. Are there member states that would wish to take the floor?
Mexico, vous avez la parole.
Mexico, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mexico supports the efforts made to restructure the General Secretariat and make more robust its institutional capabilities. As a country that is committed to international order that is rules-based, Mexico is also committed to strengthening multilateralism on a hemispheric level and international human rights that are some of the greatest contributions of the OAS and which are reflected duly in the new structure. Mexico is of the opinion that this restructuring will allow for the General Secretariat to optimize its mandates, eliminate duplication of efforts, promote synergies, and have a more austere and efficient and transparent use of resources available to it. This is a rational restructuring that is oriented towards results, and that will allow us to strengthen our programmatic actions. And throughout the review process, we saw different proposals, and we took into account, in a substantive way, the proposal on the part of the Secretary General. We recognize there his open attitude to dialogue and his close work with member states, and his firm willingness to drive this exercise in an inclusive and collaborative way. Mexico very much values his proactive leadership and the institutional strength of Secretary Ramdin, and we recognize his full commitment to the process of transformation. Mexico values the work of the chair of the CAP, Ambassador Alejandra Solano, permanent representative of Costa Rica, who, with her leadership, has promoted a participatory process that was inclusive and respectful, and she facilitated safe spaces for all delegations, particularly for the participation of women. Mexico believes that this new structure reflects the priorities of member states to strengthen multilateralism that serves the people, their well-being, and their dignity. And we highlight particularly the preservation of the Secretariat of Juridical Affairs as a fully constituted organ and with its essential programs and its work with the Inter-American Court on Human Rights, which during decades has worked with member states. And we also highlight the confidential, neutral, and reconciliatory office of the ombudsperson and their role and their oversight of other bodies. And we would also like to mention the Department of Social Inclusion, which will now be the Department of Access to Rights, and the Office of another office that will also focus on strengthening its work. Mr. Chair, the structure proposed will be a starting point for a new phase in the institution, and its implementation should be translated into a more efficient use of the resources of member states according to the charter and mandates that come from general assemblies. Mexico is fully committed to continuing to collaborate proactively in the design and implementation of this new structure of the General Secretariat because it represents an opportunity to have a more efficient and equipped OAS to respond to the needs and realities of the people of the hemisphere with a more responsible, efficient, and austere management of the public resources that the OAS has at its disposal. Thank you.
Merci, le Mexique.
Thank you. Mexico. Guatemala, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Guatemala welcomes the draft or the approval of the resolution and the excellent work done by the part of the chair of the CAP, taken up by Ambassador Alejandra Solano. Her leadership facilitated constructive dialogue that was inclusive and oriented towards solutions that allowed us to reach consensus on a very important topic, institutional strengthening of our organization. There, we also recognize the open spirit of all of those member states that participated during the negotiations and the willingness of the General Secretary, Mr. Albert Ramdin, to listen to, welcome, and involve those proposals and comments that reflected our shared priorities. And that collaborative focus was fundamental to make sure that this resolution was based on consensus and shared principles: good governance, efficiency, transparency, neutrality of costs, sustainability on an institutional level, and austerity. We are convinced that the implementation of this new structure, together with our commitment on the part of all, will contribute to a more modern, coherent, and institution that is focused on key goals to improve the hemisphere. Guatemala reiterates its firm commitment to the efforts for modernization and institutional strengthening in line with hemispheric priorities, which is absolutely key to moving forward together to promote democracy, human rights, and integral development in the Americas. As member states, we also have the responsibility of making sure that all principles that we affirm today are assured for the future. Thank you very much.
Merci, le Guatemala.
Thank you, Guatemala. Dominican Republic, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to start by congratulating the chair of the Committee on Budgetary and Administrative Affairs, Ambassador Alejandra Solano, permanent representative of Costa Rica, for all of the work that she did over the last week, together with member states, and during these intense deliberations to bring forth this resolution that we have just approved. This was an exercise with results, and it shows the value of joint negotiations, the power of listening and exchanging opinions in a moment where we must reach agreements that will strengthen our multilateral institutions represented by the OAS and its 4 pillars: human rights, democracy, multidimensional security and integral development. We also thank the General Secretary for his willingness to listen to other opinions and his flexibility and openness to transparency, accountability, the efficient use of human and financial resources at the disposal of his team, and we trust in his good judgment, experience, and in his deep knowledge of this institution to lead us in these very challenging times. We welcome the agreement that was reached, and we are very satisfied to see the steps forward in this and with other delegations throughout the summits process, which depends directly from the General Secretariat, because we understand that the summits are the highest level of our negotiations, and in which we see participation from heads of state and government. And we were also happy to see those areas that deal with civil society engagement from the OAS and with the Summit of the Americas, so that we can have a better use of those resources at our disposal and to continue building on the advances and the good practices that this organization has made when it comes to citizen participation in its activities in the last 25 years, and in those where the Secretariat of Summits has, through its work with civil society, achieved. Mr. Chair, before I wrap up, I would like to reiterate the importance that for my delegation, the geographical distribution of people and members of the organization, so we can have a better balanced representation of member states at all levels and in all working areas, so that we can see a greater enrichment of our programs and actions. We want minimal participation in all of these areas, and we believe that the resolution that has just been approved and the new organogram shows the consensus amongst all of our member states and our agreement to move forward. We hope that this will help support the work in future of the Secretary General and of his team at the Secretariat. Thank you. Thank you, Dominican Republic. Now I give the floor to Canada. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Canada recognizes and appreciates the considerable efforts put forth by the member states within the CAP to take up the proposal from the General Secretary to create a new structure for the General Secretariat. We recognize that some of these there have been positive changes made and incorporated into the change, and we are particularly satisfied to see the creation of the position for an executive director and for a risk management position, and the maintenance of the former Social Inclusion Department, which will now be called the Department of Access to Rights, and the maintenance of the Juridical Affairs Committee, as well as the integral structure of MESI-SEEK and others. These are important elements to maintain, as well as, and the changes are important for the modernization of this institution, as we also focus on institutional coherence and preserving those units that are already established because of their needs, based on the comments and opinions of member states.
The executive director position as a central part of the modernization effort, enabling enhanced communication, collaboration, strategic decision-making, and effective resource allocation across the organization. Nevertheless, Canada must reiterate its concern regarding the expedited approach to our negotiations of this resolution. This afforded limited opportunity for a comprehensive assessment with adequate consultations both with fellow member states and with our respective capitals. Canada views this exercise as an important and rare opportunity to enhance and modernize the institutional capacity, coherence, and professionalization of the General Secretariat. The resolution before us will shape the direction and functioning of this organization, and by extension, its role in the hemisphere for years to come. Such a decision warrants careful and deliberate consideration, free from undue time constraints. Last year, member states made a significant investment in commissioning an external review of the General Secretariat. That assessment, along with 2 prior evaluations, identified critical structural deficiencies. It is essential that we avoid repeating past mistakes to help the OAS optimize its limited resources and address longstanding inefficiencies. At this juncture, it is our hope that the adopted structure will move us closer to these goals. As proposed by the Secretary General, CAP should monitor for effective implementation of the new structure and evaluate it over time with an eye to proposing future improvements as appropriate. Canada looks forward to ensuring the cost-neutral implementation of this organizational structure as we collectively work towards the Special General Assembly budget in October. Thank you, Chair.
Merci, le Canada.
Thank you, Canada. United States, you have the floor.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you. The United States congratulates Secretary General Ramdin, CAP Chair Ambassador Solano, and all member states on reaching this landmark arrangement on the new structure of the General Secretariat. This new structure complies with the mandates of the General Assembly of November 1st, 2024, and will modernize the organization and enable us to meet our new challenges while reinvigorating our ability to address the core thematic areas of the organization. The updated structure reflects our shared commitment to the principles of good governance, efficiency, effectiveness, transparency, cost neutrality, adaptability, institutional sustainability, and austerity. We recognize the arduous and long-sustained effort that brought us to this important achievement and look forward to its fruitful implementation. Thank you, Chair.
Merci, les États.
Thank you, United States. Costa Rica, you have the floor. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, or good morning. Good morning to all. We would like to highlight the importance of this resolution, particularly when it comes to the principles of human rights, institutional austerity, and the efficient use of resources. We welcome the fact that the text includes a commitment to the structure of the General Secretariat to reflect the pillar of human rights clearly, making it more visible and integrating it at all levels of the organization. At the same time, we also highlight the importance of this dialogue having been taken place in an open, transparent space with space for everyone, where we heard respectful proposals from the part of all member states. At the same time, we highlight the importance of austerity as a guiding principle for this reform. We cannot allow for structural reforms that will open the door for duplicated efforts or unnecessary work. As we've said before, every resource should be used in line with the priorities identified by member states and with a responsible, efficient, and transparent management of those resources. Costa Rica calls on this restructuring not only to be an administrative adjustment, but also an opportunity to optimize resources, simplify processes, and strengthen the impact of the OAS itself in benefit of all of our peoples. Many thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Costa Rica. Argentina, you have the floor. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. I'd like to congratulate the Ambassador of Costa Rica for her leadership in this process, and all of my colleagues who were able to contribute to this project of the General Secretary Ramdin, and also which created a constructive opportunity for all of us to, in an inclusive way, participate and build consensus by working together. We've always said that we want to have a relevant OAS, and obviously for that we must have a governance structure that allows for the General Secretariat and the Secretary to exercise leadership while also reflecting the priorities of this organization's member states and the 4 pillars of the OAS. Mexico recently mentioned austerity, efficiency, and efficacy, which were also mentioned by other members as conditions for moving forward as an institution, and I believe that the General Secretary has committed to those principles before all of us, and I believe that we have reason to be optimistic for his leadership in future, and may that be thus. Thank you very much. Thank you, Argentina. Uruguay, I invite you to take the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The delegation of Uruguay would like to highlight the importance of the work carried out within the CAP for the negotiations that went into the new structure of the organization, the General Secretariat, and we'd like to recognize the work of the chair of the committee, Ambassador Alejandra Solano, who was incredibly professional and open to hearing from everyone in the process. And we'd also like to recognize the openness of the General Secretary in this process. Mr. Chair, we believe that during the negotiations, all countries showed a clear willingness to orient the organization according to the mandates that came out of the General Assembly. And we also highlight that the process of negotiation was allowed us to harmonize and channel differences of opinion and comments. Uruguay believes that the reduction to 4 secretariats brings greater institutional clarity, efficiency, and governance. And within that, we are happy to see the maintenance of the Juridical Affairs Committee and others as fundamental to the organization. This is key to the normative governance of the organization, and its preservation is a commitment to the long-term success of the organization. And those created under Article 4 of the Charter correspond to technical sovereignty and pluralism specialized within the system. Mr. Chair, within this context of restructuring, we see a clear proposal for new steps forward for organization from the inside, and the new financial priorities will allow us to consolidate the OAS's role in the hemisphere, and there Uruguay is committing to the pillars of the organization, and we see this as an opportunity to renew its operative capacities, its political influence, and other priorities, and we hope to see this constructive spirit in the future for a OAS that is closer to the needs of the people of the hemisphere. Thank you very much. Thank you, Uruguay. I thank the delegations for your remarks. They've been duly noted, and I'd also like to recognize that the General Secretary wished to be here for this. Unfortunately, due to schedule issues, he was not able to join us on a timely manner, and we appreciate your understanding. And your remarks will be taken down in the minutes of this session. So for the next point on the agenda, 3, we will now take up the consideration of the draft declaration titled Declaration on the Advisory Opinion of the International Court of Justice on Obligations of States in Respect of Climate Change. That is presented in CP Doc 6143, Bar 25, Revision 2. This draft was presented by Antigua and Barbuda with the support of delegations the Bahamas, Barbados, Belize, Bolivia, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Dominica, the Dominican Republic, Grenada, Guatemala, Guyana, Haiti, Honduras, Jamaica, Mexico, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Suriname, Trinidad and Tobago, and Uruguay. We are grateful to Ambassador Sanders and the team from Antigua and Barbuda for their leadership in this initiative, and we are also grateful to the delegations that participated in a constructive manner to the informal meeting that was held on August 1st, which allowed us to strengthen and enrich the draft resolution, or declaration that is, and I open the floor now to Antigua and Barbuda to present the declaration. Antigua and Barbuda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Distinguished colleagues, guided by the call of our OAS Charter for Solidarity and by our collective duty to safeguard future generations, the delegation of Antigua and Barbuda, on behalf of 23 co-sponsoring member states, has the great honor to introduce the draft declaration on the advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice on the obligations of states in respect of climate change. Bringing this vital declaration to the Permanent Council is not a mere exercise in diplomacy. It is a clarion call to honor our obligations in the face of a change in climate that is already testing the limits of many of our communities across the Americas and indeed the world. We cannot stay silent as this common threat gathers unrelenting force. That is why the 23 proponent member states sought diligently to include all our countries in this declaration. Every draft iteration was circulated immediately to all member states. Written submissions were invited, received, and sympathetically reviewed. 23 delegations, the overwhelming majority of our 32 active member states, strongly advanced this declaration. And 5 additional delegations also submitted amendments in writing. Most of those proposals were either wholly accepted or carefully woven into the text. Only one proposal from a single delegation was not incorporated, and that delegation received a clear and detailed explanation in keeping with our commitment to constructive transparency. Mr. Chairman, like the OAS's river of democracy, our consensus flows strongest when every current, no matter how modest, joins the mainstream of hemispheric collaboration. We thank all member states for engaging over the past 2 weeks. We are grateful to the Chair and the Secretariat of the Permanent Council for their diligent cooperation in ensuring timely distribution of each draft. 2 delegations have chosen to register their inability to support the declaration in footnotes. The proponent delegations fully respect the sovereign right of each member state to convey its national position. We know that consensus in our multilateral setting denotes broad agreement by the most significant majority rather than unanimity by all. We also recognize that while the declaration, for understandable national reasons, did not command the support of all, it motivated the support of the great majority. We remain committed to trying to narrow the distance between our positions wherever possible, especially on an issue as existential as climate change. Mr. Chairman, all delegations have copies of the declaration before them. In the interest of brevity, I will only highlight its principal operative provisions. Affirmation of legal obligations. Recalling the ICJ's advisory opinion of 23 July 2025, in which the court affirmed that all states have a duty to prevent significant environmental harm through due diligence and by limiting greenhouse gas emissions. Recognition of vulnerability. Noting the special vulnerabilities of developing states and other at-risk communities and the imperative of safeguarding present and future generations. Human rights dimensions. Recalling the Inter-American Court of Human Rights' advisory opinion on environmental protection and human rights, which affirmed that environmental degradation threatens the fundamental rights to life, health, and property, and urging member states to integrate human rights principles into their climate policies. National and regional action, urging member states to review and strengthen domestic legal frameworks, policies, and enforcement mechanisms to align with the findings of both courts. Climate finance and capacity building, calling for enhanced multilateral cooperation to mobilize finance, technology transfer, and capacity building for mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage measures. Technical assistance and knowledge sharing, encouraging the Secretariat and relevant OAS bodies to support the Inter-American Climate Change Action Plan 2023 to 2030 and to integrate this declaration into all ongoing and future climate resilience initiatives. Mr. Chairman, the declaration requested has no new mandates or new spending. Instead, guided by the rich tapestry of our hemisphere's diverse histories and mindful of the unique challenges each member state confronts, this declaration stands as an inspiration, urging us all to renew our pledge to inter-American cooperation, to craft solutions collectively that leave no nation drowning or withering, and to safeguard the well-being of all in our shared homeland, the planet Earth. Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the 23 proponent member states, the Permanent Mission of Antigua and Barbuda formally moves that the Permanent Council adopt, by consensus, the declaration on the advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice on the obligations of states in respect of climate change. Thank you.
Alors, je ne vois pas.
I see no objection, so the declaration for the ICJ concerning climate change is adopted. I now give the floor to the member states. Jamaica, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished permanent representatives, alternates, colleagues, the Jamaican delegation fully endorses the declaration proposed by Antigua and Barbuda, supported by other member states, and is committed to the issue of addressing climate change, which continues to present an existential threat to our hemisphere. However, the government of Jamaica would like to respectfully ask that the records reflect that Jamaica supports the declaration, and not co-sponsored. This is against the backdrop that the Jamaican government needed more time to study the advisory opinion, and therefore we would like the records to reflect that we support the declaration and not a co-sponsor. Thank you very much.
Merci, les Jamaïcains.
Thank you, Jamaica. Bahamas, you have the floor.
Good morning, Chair. The Bahamas stands with pride as the co-sponsor of this historic declaration that has been approved this morning, thereby marking the advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice on the obligations of states in respect of climate change. We commend Ambassador Sir Ronald Sanders and the Permanent Mission of Antigua and Barbuda for their leadership in bringing this declaration before this Council with due urgency and irrefutable justification. This declaration is not a formality. It is a clear and resounding statement that international law must be central to our collective climate response. For the Bahamas, climate change is undeniable and existential. It is eroding our shores, undermining our development, and threatening the lives and rights of our people. We were privileged to take part in the ICJ proceedings. In December 2024, our Attorney General, Senator the Honorable Ryan Pinder, underscored before the court that all states have a legal obligation to ensure that greenhouse gas emissions do not cause harm to other states, a principle rooted in customary international law that has been recognized in numerous instances under previous case law. Incidentally and ironically, the principle of no harm was accepted by some on those occasions, as it is compellingly recognized by many of us now. Standing with other small island developing states, the Bahamas assisted in shaping the July 23, 2025 opinion affirming that major polluters bear a legal responsibility to reduce emissions and remedy the harm caused. This unequivocal conviction inspired the Bahamas to host the 2023 meeting of the Ministers on Sustainable Development, yielding the Nassau Declaration and the Inter-American Climate Action Plan 2023-2030. Commitments now reinforced by the ICJ's legal clarity. But this is not the conclusion. It is the opening chapter. Thus, the Bahamas calls on all member states and permanent observers to reflect the advisory opinion in their national laws and policies and translate it into tangible action aligned with the UNFCCC and Paris Agreement. As Prime Minister Philip Davis of the Bahamas said following the court's landmark opinion, and I quote, "A principle has been clarified. We have a right to survive. That is not rhetoric, that is now law." The permanent mission of the Bahamas therefore asks, is the law to be upheld only when it serves narrow interests, or will we honor it when it calls for justice for all? I thank you, Chair, and I thank the Council for its kind attention.
Thank you, Ambassador. The floor is now handed over to the delegation of Argentina.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, Chair. Argentina is committed to the theme that we are discussing, and as we've said in all relevant international fora, we try to keep consistent with our principles, which we explained clearly during the debate. And we understand that it doesn't set a good precedent if we extrapolate opinions from other international fora in our organization, especially when we don't have enough time to analyze these matters domestically, or internally, I should say. And so, with great respect for the position of all my colleagues on this matter, we request more time to analyze this matter further. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ambassador. The delegation of Canada now has the floor.
Merci.
Thank you, Chair. Canada would like to thank the government of Antigua and Barbuda for their leadership in promoting climate justice and for bringing this important matter to the Permanent Council before the Inter-American System. Canada recognizes and fully supports the essential role that the ICJ plays in putting forward consultative opinions in legal capacities which are brought before international organizations like the UN General Assembly.
Proud to actively participate in the advisory proceedings at the ICJ in keeping with our commitment to international law and multilateralism. The courts have now issued a complex and far-reaching opinion. Canada will be examining its contents with the seriousness and rigor they merit, fully aware of their historic nature and their potential implications for the evolving interpretation of states' legal obligations with respect to climate change. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, delegation of Canada. I now hand over the floor to the delegation of Mexico.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, Chair. The delegation of Mexico congratulates Antigua and Barbuda for their leadership in presenting this declaration. And we should mention the work of Ambassador Ronald Sanders in particular. In Mexico, the right to a healthy environment is a constitutional precept enshrined in Article 4 of our Magna Carta. In that framework, the government of Mexico promotes an ecological and environmental policy that is human-centered, and we reiterate our commitment to strengthen climate action based on environmental justice. And as we sponsor this declaration, we align with the recognition that the region makes of the reality that we face, which are of great importance to our survival. The consultative opinion put forward by the ICJ on the responsibilities that member states have in terms of climate change represents a step forward in building and consolidating an international legal framework and establishing case law in this regard. That is why our region joins in supporting the content of the declaration, which has been submitted today with the support of 23 member states. Mexico acknowledges that climate change is one of the most urgent challenges that development faces, and that's why we need ambitious climate action. It must be socially responsible and it must have a human rights focus in order to fulfill international commitments adopted by member states. And we must recognize the principle of shared but different responsibilities. In line with the Paris Agreement, the Kyoto Protocol, and the UN Framework on Climate Change, among other international instruments in this regard, Mexico welcomes this reflection and commitment shown by member states throughout the Americas to bring to the Inter-American Forum the opinion of the ICJ on the responsibilities that member states have to prevent damage to the environment through due diligence and all possible measures to avoid such damages. And that fulfilling that is an international, and that not doing so would bring about international consequences. This is also an opportunity for us to highlight our ability to elevate the opinions of the IACHR and do good on our commitments to multiple inter-American mechanisms, including the CITI, through the Inter-American Committee on Sustainable Development, like the Declaration of Nassau, and the Inter-American Action Plan on Climate Change 2023-2030, which is a roadmap for climate action under the auspices of the Bahamas. Chair, with the co-sponsorship for this declaration, or by co-sponsoring this declaration, we reiterate our commitment to participating in international, multilateral, and regional mechanisms to achieve greater cooperation and financing that will promote the structural modeling of our development model towards one that's focused on the present and future of people and the planet, namely the most vulnerable groups within our populations. Thank you very much, Chair.
Delegation of Dominican Republic, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Allow me to start reiterating the Dominican Republic's support for the consultative opinion by the ICJ on the member states' responsibilities in terms of the environment, and I also want to acknowledge Antigua and Barbuda's leadership in this regard. The Dominican Republic participated actively in the debate and contributed to this process with the ICJ. Our country, as the co-sponsor for this initiative, also welcomes the recent statement included in the consultative opinion by the Inter-American Court of Human Rights on the climate emergency and human rights, recognizing its legal and moral relevance as a North Star for member states as we face the climate crisis. The Dominican Republic, as a developing island state and part of the Caribbean, has witnessed the devastating impact that these phenomena have on our coastal environments and populations. That includes sea level rise, the increase in frequency and intensity of hurricanes, and the increase in sargassum seaweed along our coasts. The Dominican Republic has made climate action a national and diplomatic priority. Under the leadership of Luis Abinader and Mr. Alvarez, we have made commitments in multilateral fora and advocated for a more ambitious international initiative. Ambassador Alvarez has said that those countries who contribute the least to climate change are the ones who suffer its consequences the most, and has advocated for differentiated responsibilities and the urgent need to strengthen access to financial and technological resources for the most vulnerable nations. We recognize that small island developing states face an imminent threat to their very existence, and on their behalf we make a call to the international community to fulfill climate funding mechanisms so that that funding is more accessible and just. We need more equitable and effective distribution of climate funds with specific attention given to adaptation and resilience efforts by populations living in islands and coastal communities. This also must go hand with real financial solidarity, which will allow our nations to protect their citizens and their territories. The Dominican Republic reiterates its willingness to actively collaborate on multilateral efforts to face this global crisis. The climate crisis isn't just an urgent situation, it's an opportunity for us to strengthen the sustainability, peace, and prosperity of our individual nations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. I now hand over the floor to the delegation of St. Lucia.
Thank you, Chair. St. Lucia is honored to stand as a co-sponsor of this declaration, championed by the delegation of Antigua and Barbuda, and to express unequivocal support for the advisory opinion rendered by the International Court of Justice on 23 July 2025 regarding the obligations of states in respect of climate change. This opinion is a pivotal milestone in international climate law. For small island developing states like St. Lucia, it delivers long-awaited legal affirmation that states must act with due diligence to prevent environmental harm and to uphold the fundamental human rights threatened by climate change. For St. Lucia, this is not theoretical. Sea level rise, coastal erosion, increasingly violent hurricanes, and droughts are daily realities that endanger our lives, livelihoods, and cultures of our people. The ICJ's recognition that failure to meet international climate obligations may incur legal consequences, including reparations, reinforces the moral and legal imperatives for urgent ambition action. This ruling affirms what we have long known, that the inaction or insufficient action of some states carries real and direct consequences for others, particularly the most vulnerable. This is not about blame. It is about reality and justice. It is about restoring faith in international legal order and ensuring that the burden of this crisis does not continue to fall disproportionately on those least responsible for causing it. This declaration, which we endorse, calls upon states to integrate these legal principles into national policy, law, and practice. For our part, St. Lucia has made significant strides in addressing climate change through the development and implementation of comprehensive mitigation, adaptation, and planning policies and projects. Legislatively, St. Lucia passed a landmark Climate Change Act in 2024, setting it apart within the Eastern Caribbean as one of the first countries to legally enshrine this commitment to act on climate change, as outlined in the Paris Agreement. The Act has defined the 10 climate priority sectors for the island, while establishing a framework of action through the Cabinet-approved National Climate Change Committee. Sectoral plans have been developed which focuses on areas particularly vulnerable to climate change impacts. St. Lucia has also advanced efforts towards low-emission development pathway in its National Energy Transition Strategy, the National Energy Policy, the Draft Integrated Resource and Resilient Plan, and the Draft Revised Electricity Act, which together outline a clear pathway for increasing renewable energy penetration. We are advancing decarbonization in the transport sector to support the transition to low-carbon economy, with several other projects coming on stream from this year, including a transport policy and sustainable safe passenger mobility policy. We therefore urge member states and the permanent observers of the OAS to embrace this opportunity to align their actions with the ICJ's authoritative guidance. Let us move forward with renewed urgency and moral clarity towards a future that is just, equitable, and sustainable for all. Thank you.
Thank you, delegation of St. Lucia. I now hand over the floor to the delegation of Colombia.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, I'd like to express our deep gratitude to the delegation of Antigua and Barbuda for their leadership in promoting this declaration. This process has allowed us to see that all of us are affected by the climate emergency, as we see in the two consultative opinions that we celebrate today. For the first time ever, it's been established that member states have binding responsibilities to dealing with the climate crisis. We have to act with due diligence and in good faith to protect the environment. The consultative opinion of the ICJ strengthens the principle of intergenerational equity and recognizes that fulfilling these obligations can lead to international responsibilities. The consultative opinion by the IACHR, however, requested by Chile and Colombia, which we refer to in this declaration, has a humanistic and regional approach. Everything comes from the right to a healthy environment, and it says that all states need to integrate this concept in their climate policy. This is based on the best science available, and traditional knowledge has also highlighted the need to protect indigenous populations, Afro-descendant populations, women, children, the elderly, and individuals in human mobility situations, and also offers a concrete plan to address climate change from a rights-based perspective. Colombia believes that both are necessary. Together, they are a roadmap for regional and global action, and shouldn't just be legal references. They should be fundamental guidelines that protect human rights. I will close, Chair, by reiterating our support for this declaration and making a call on all member states of the OAS to standardize their legal frameworks, their public policy, and climate initiatives with these consultative opinions, so that we have a more ambitious initiative going forward. Thank you.
Of Colombia. The floor is now handed over to the delegation of Costa Rica.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Señores representantes.
Permanent representatives. Mic for speaker. Thank you. Madam ASG, good morning, everyone. We welcome this initiative led by the delegation of Antigua and Barbuda, and we congratulate Ambassador Ronald Sanders for his visionary, his innovative vision. We also align with the consultative opinion put forward by the ICJ, and we co-sponsor it along with many other member states that share this commitment to climate justice. This statement reflects a historic moment for international law. The consultative opinion by the ICJ is a major step forward in consolidating an international legal framework that strongly looks at environmental rights and human rights. We are glad to see that the ICJ clearly recognized the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment as a human right. This acknowledgement is the result of years of work carried out by the member states. Among them, you have Costa Rica. We promoted the inclusion of this at the Human Rights Council in 2021, as well as during the 2022 UN General Assembly. Costa Rica is honored to be part of the core group that led the negotiation process that led to the adoption by consensus of Resolution 77/2022 276 in the UNGA, which requested this consultative opinion, and in which we reiterated our commitment to strengthening international law and promoting multilateral solutions to global challenges. We actively participated in developing texts with the court and during hearings at The Hague, and we are satisfied to say that the arguments presented by Costa Rica were welcomed by the court and taken into consideration for legal reasoning. By approving this or adopting this statement, the OAS Permanent Council sends out a clear message. We are ready to move towards more ambitious, equitable climate action based on justice. This statement doesn't seek to duplicate efforts. It wants to strengthen collaboration between the ICJ's consultative opinions and the commitments adopted by the OAS, like the Inter-American Plan of Action on Climate Change 2023-2030, to ensure that there is consistency, the effectiveness, and that we focus on the most vulnerable. In that regard, allow me also to highlight the importance of the recent consultative opinion, OC 32/25, from the Inter-American Human Rights Court of Human Rights on the climate emergency and human rights. This statement complements and strengthens the opinion of the ICJ by establishing that states have a legal obligation to prevent, mitigate, and repair or fix the impacts of climate change, ensuring the protection of human rights from an environmental justice, inclusion, and intergenerational equity perspective. Today we want to highlight the overlap and complementarity of the consultative opinion by the ICJ and the consultative opinion of the Inter-American Court, given that both reiterate the commitments that the member states have made concerning the climate, which are legally binding and should be fulfilled given their human rights foundation. We call on member states to harmonize their legal frameworks, their public policy, and climate strategy with these inter-American and international guidelines so that we can focus more on dignity and be more ambitious in this regard. Costa Rica reiterates its firm commitment to climate justice and the promotion of multilateral solutions to global challenges. This statement is an essential step forward to ensure that international law will remain an engine for transformation given the climate emergency. Thank you so much, Chair.
I now hand over the floor to the delegation of Barbados.
Thank you, Chair. The Barbados delegation expresses its appreciation to the delegation of Antigua and Barbuda for bringing this critical matter to the attention of the Permanent Council. As a co-sponsor, Barbados lends its unequivocal support to this declaration, which welcomes, underscores, and highlights the International Court of Justice's historic advisory opinion on climate change. The ICJ's legal ruling confirms the multifaceted obligation of all states to take rigorous measures to mitigate climate change. The court also ruled that major emitting states have to redress climate change harms that they have caused other states. This includes obligations of compensation, that is reparation, of financial assistance, and of technology transfer and capacity building. This represents a groundbreaking legal milestone, recognizing that the obligation to prevent irreversible harm to the environment and climate is jus cogens, clarifying states' legal obligations regarding climate change and supporting the need for increased climate action and accountability. The right to a clean and healthy environment emerges from other human rights law. In order for certain international human rights to be effective, such as life and health, housing, humans have a right to a clean and healthy environment. This opinion, coupled with the preceding opinion from the Inter-American Court of Human Rights on climate change, entirely justify Barbados's long-standing approach to the climate crisis. Barbados, as many small island development states and low-lying states, are disproportionately affected by the impacts of climate change. We, therefore, consider these opinions and this declaration to be a significant victory for the aforementioned states. The Bridgetown Initiative, which proposes solutions that is, for bridging the financing gap in climate action, is clear in its alignment with the ICJ's call for increased ambition and action on climate change. We therefore continue to strongly urge states to stay the course. Mr. Chairman, in closing, I wish to underscore Barbados's commitment to advocacy and action, particularly within the context of multilateralism. Advocacy and multilateralism are intertwined concepts. Advocacy often plays a crucial role in shaping and strengthening multilateral cooperation. Multilateralism facilitates coordinating actions among multiple states, in turn providing a strategic platform for advocacy efforts to address global challenges. Today is such an example. This becomes even more necessary in today's fluid and turbulent geopolitical and geoeconomic environments. It is crucial that all states, notably the major economies, maintain policy continuity and stability and step up efforts to address climate change. Barbados continues to respect the right and appreciate the transparency of all delegations which conveyed positions. While states may differ in interpretation and approach, it is critical that there is committed and continued open, respectful engagement with a view to narrowing the distance between divergent positions wherever possible. This ruling and this declaration before us, Mr. Chairman, is for people and planet, regardless of where they may reside. Mr. Chairman, I thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. I now hand over the floor to the delegation of Panama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On behalf of the delegation of the Republic of Panama, we welcome and we congratulate Antigua and Barbuda for including this on the agenda for today, and we would also like to express our support for the declaration on the advisory opinion of the ICJ on the responsibility of states respective of climate change. We would like to start by expressing that climate change is not just an environmental crisis, it is above all a human rights crisis. The impact of climate change is seen in technical reports and numbers, and it disproportionately affects those communities that are most vulnerable, and it undermines their fundamental rights, such as that as access to clean water, health, food, and even life itself. In Panama, we really recognize and see those consequences. We are one of the few countries in the world with negative carbon emissions, and 50% of our territorial waters and 70% of our land, we are not immune to this threat. Torrential rains and other threats are undermining the Panama Canal's operations, which is vital for not just our country, but also for world trade. In addition, indigenous communities along our coasts are being forcefully they're being forced out of their territories because of the rising sea level. And so we want to see, we were happy to see that the ICJ recognized environmental rights as human rights. It is imperative that we create a sustainable, safe space, not just for us, but for future generations. Climate change demands collective action that is decisive and urgent. We cannot have sustainable development without climate justice, and we cannot have climate justice without shared responsibilities. Mr. Chair, Panama reaffirms today its firm commitment with a focus an integral focus that focuses on protecting the climate and people, as well as equity. We hope to see constructive efforts to find solutions that are just and fair. Thank you.
Ambassador, I now hand over the floor to the delegation of the United States.
Thank you, Chair and colleagues. The United States is committed to taking action to address environmental challenges and working with partners on these matters in the appropriate international forums. As detailed in the numerous submissions in the ICJ advisory proceeding, including the U.S. government's lengthy submissions, it shows that states have a myriad of views and that they do not necessarily align with the present resolution. Thus, I want to take this opportunity to note that my delegation will be submitting a footnote, and the footnote will state that the United States does not join consensus on this resolution. The United States does not believe that this resolution should be advanced. We note that this resolution includes a wide range of statements from the advisory opinion that are inconsistent with U.S. positions, including with respect to climate change and human rights, and we also have concerns with the resolution's selective references to certain international policy approaches. This resolution is fundamentally flawed, and we do not support it from either a procedural or substantive standpoint. We strongly encourage this forum to focus its time, attention, and resources on matters that all member states can support and to avoid unnecessary distraction on matters that lack consensus. Thank you.
Thank you, delegation of the United States. I now hand over the floor to the delegation of Paraguay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The delegation of Paraguay would like to, first of all, reaffirm its firm commitment to fighting climate change, a commitment that we joined with special conviction because we are a landlocked country and vulnerable to these consequences in equal measure. We highlight the non-binding obligations, and given the complexity of this issue, that we are reviewing in my country this opinion, taking into account the mandate of this opinion coming from the General Assembly. We believe that that fora would be more appropriate for the consideration and debate of this topic. At the same time, Paraguay is a firm defender of multilateralism and always open to working together for consensus. We make a respectful call on the before incorporating into this space questions that come from other international organizations, that consultations be made between member states in order to preserve the inclusive nature of our deliberations. Paraguay contributes constructively to the conversations on this topic, but we do regret that not all opinions have appeared in the final version, unlike on other topics. That is worrying to us because we believe that all constructive declaration building should be reflective of the opinions of all member states. And lastly, we would like to clarify that this is an opinion on the advisory opinion, and it is not, we should not be incompatible with other international opinions, and so we would like to include a footnote to that in that regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, delegation of Paraguay. I now hand over the floor to the delegation of Ecuador.
The Republic of Ecuador has duly noted the declaration and the text, the footnotes, the remarks that we've heard from our colleagues today, and we would like to highlight that commitment to changes that are requested by the United States. Ecuador recognizes the challenge of fighting climate change, which affects the whole world and has had social, environmental, and political impacts, and disproportionately affects the most vulnerable. In Ecuador, we see this, and we see vulnerable populations affected by climate change. The Republic of Ecuador is seeing a projection of an increase of 2 degrees on average for the end of this century, and with intensifications of other variabilities, the Nino effect, and effects in different sectors, and the generation of new epidemics and illnesses. We support initiatives in all multilateral spaces, including the Resolution 76-266 of March of 2023, in which we co-sponsored within the United Nations, and a representative organization where the request for an advisory opinion from the ICJ was requested because we believed that it was an important human right, and that decision is a recognition of several obligations for states. The decision from July 23rd of this year is a step forward for the interests of Ecuador in this area, and we require greater analysis in our countries at different levels nationally. Despite everything that has been said here, and with thanks and recognition of the initiative on the part of Antigua and Barbuda, Ecuador is abstaining from joining this declaration for the following reason. Ecuador believes that we must be coherent with our international institutions, and we agree that it would be an unfortunate precedent and a lack of respect within international organizations to start to make declarations such as this before the UN, when in this body we have requests for advisory opinions and our countries are duly represented internally. And so it is for that reason, out of mutual respect, order, coherence, and respect for international institutions, the only step forward for Ecuador would be to, once we'd make a decision internally and with the voice on the part of Ecuador before the UN, from whence came the advisory opinion, Ecuador will abstain from joining the declaration proposed here by Antigua and Barbuda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. I now hand over the floor to the delegation of Uruguay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Uruguay thanks Antigua and Barbuda for presenting the declaration, which we have co-sponsored. This document reaffirms our commitment to multilateralism in facing climate change based on human rights, and the central role of the ICJ and the obligations of states as a result. Mr. Chair, this is not a future problem. It is a concrete problem underway, and we are seeing its impacts on our societies, our economies, and our population's human rights. The advisory opinion from the ICJ in July shows that these states have obligations in the face of climate change, and we also reaffirm our commitment to international principles of human rights to not cause irreversible damage to people and continue with the current trend of emissions. This is part of the international dynamic, and we see here two important opinions on climate change: the advisory opinion from the ICJ from July of 2025 and the advisory opinion OC 22-25 on the climate emergency from the IACHR a few weeks prior. They agree on the urgency of this issue and on the need for addressing not just the climate crisis, but also the underlying human rights threat, which affects the most vulnerable and those countries that are still in developing and future generations as well. And within that framework, we would like to recognize that in its opinion, the IACHR firmly supported this idea of climate change action as a human right to protect and guarantee that right for future generations and current generations. They also established that states must act with full responsibility to avoid pollution, climate justice, energy justice, protecting Afro populations, indigenous populations, women, children, older people, and protect the environment for all. And the ICHR also recognized gave clear outlines for mitigating climate change effects as a responsibility of states in the international community. We must avoid serious adverse climate actions and deteriorating our ecosystems. We recognize the two legal systems and their opinions, and we maintain that their opinions strengthens the argument for taking action in the face of climate change, taking into account a shared but differentiated responsibility perspective. We are conscious of the fact that no countries can alone face this challenge, and within that framework, we urge the Inter-American system to fully support and integrate these new standards in their technical operations, their frameworks, and public policies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Uruguay. Brazil, you have the floor.
That was horrific. I mean, is it
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brazil welcomes the declaration from Antigua and Barbuda and thanks the delegations that worked on this declaration and expressed their support. And throughout 2024, Brazil has
We believe that this is a positive framework for the international efforts concerning climate change. This contributes to our strengthening of the climate regime. In this context, Brazil believes that the OAS's statement is justified on the matter, and once again we want to thank Antigua and Barbuda for their leadership. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Brazil. St. Kitts and Nevis, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Secretariat, esteemed excellencies, and other distinguished delegates, including the invaluable alternates, honored guests. I greet you in the interest of sustainability and with the hope of survival. My delegation co-sponsored this important declaration advanced by Antigua and Barbuda, not just as a vulnerable small island developing state, but as a voice from the front line of a global crisis highlighted by the ICJ opinion. From the Twin Islands state of St. Kitts and Nevis, we watch the tides rise, the storms intensify, and the coral reefs fade. We are a small nation, yes, but our stakes in this fight against climate change is immeasurably large. In response, we are not just standing still. In 2022, our government launched the Sustainable Island State Agenda, anchored on seven key pillars, I should say, including energy transition, water security, and sustainable industries. Under this framework, we have invested in solar infrastructure, LED street lighting, smart electricity meters, wind turbines, and we are advancing geothermal development. We have banned single-use plastics, enacted legislation to protect coral reefs, and implemented climate action plans in tourism. For us, climate change is not a future problem. It is a present-day emergency. It threatens our food security, our freshwater supply, our infrastructure, and our very way of life. In response, St. Kitts and Nevis has completed over 70% of a $2 million gallon per day desalination plant, which is set to be operational before the end of this year, 2025. This desalination plant is expected to enhance water security and provide sustainable water supply to the residents of St. Kitts and Nevis. Additionally, the building of a geothermal facility on Nevis is a main priority for our federal government. The plant is envisioned to provide baseload renewable energy for both islands, contributing significantly to energy independence. Still, our national carbon print is negligible, yet we bear the disproportionate burden of this global crisis. This is not just environmental, it is a question of climate justice, because the very existence of small island developing states like ours is on the line. Chair, we urge the global community, especially major emitters, to act with urgency, provide the promised climate financing, support technological transfer, strengthen regional cooperation through mechanisms like the OAS, because the survival of countries like St. Kitts and Nevis is tied to the collective future of our hemisphere. Let us move beyond pledges to policies, from aspiration to action. The time is now, Chair. May it please you. Thank you.
Thank you, St. Kitts and Nevis. Grenada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My delegation fully supports and was happy to co-sponsor and present the adopted declaration on the advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice, and expresses sincere thanks to the delegation of Antigua and Barbuda for its principled leadership throughout this process. The ICJ's advisory opinion marks a watershed in international climate jurisprudence. Grenada was proud to present arguments before the court in December, reinforcing what we have long known. Climate change is one of the gravest threats to the planet and to our existence as small island developing states. Its impact are immediate, severe, and personal. Rising sea levels, droughts, and devastating storms like Hurricane Beryl of last year are becoming all too frequent, locking us into cycles of costly recovery and debt. As our Attorney General Claudette Joseph stated at The Hague, today's climate emergency stems from historical emissions and unsustainable practices by several, particularly the world's wealthiest nations. This is a legacy we did not choose, but we now must survive. Climate justice demands that those most responsible act urgently and meaningfully. The ICJ has now confirmed that states are legally obligated under international law to act diligently on climate change. The court affirms that a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is essential to the enjoyment of human rights, and that failure to act constitutes an internationally wrongful act. Grenada is committed to doing its part. We have expanded our marine protective areas. We have launched mangrove restoration programs, adopted a national climate change policy, and promoted renewable energy as a core development goal. Our actions speak to our commitment, despite limited resources, to safeguarding the environment for future generations. While the ICJ's opinion is advisory, it provides all authoritative legal clarity that strengthens our collective hands. We encourage our member states to narrow our differences on this very important matter and to give effect to this declaration through ambitious mitigation, bold adaptation, support for vulnerable states, and the integration of human rights into climate policies. Chair, may this advisory opinion and our declaration be more than a milestone, that it can be our compass guiding us towards justice, resilience, and a future fit for all today and tomorrow. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Grenada. I now call on the permanent observer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Assistant Secretary General, permanent representatives, colleagues, France duly notes the Permanent Council's recognition of this declaration on the advisory opinion by the ICJ on states' responsibilities respective of climate change. Along with hundreds of organizations, we have taken note in France of this opinion, and the written opinion and its importance. We have an ambitious agenda from Paris, and we call on all states to take climate action and protect the environment. We have taken note of the opinion emitted in July, which marks the end of this historic process. This opinion, which will be closely followed, is an opportunity for France to reaffirm its commitment to the ICJ and its ambitious climate agenda, and support its partners, particularly those on the continent, as well as within the framework of working for the 4Ps, which several countries in the region have adhered to, and I thank you, Mr. Chair.
La France.
Thank you, France. There being no further observations, we would now like to consult members moving forward.
Today, it has come to my attention that some additional information could inform how we proceed, and I would like to propose the following. First, that we reverse the order of items 4 and 5 so that we deal with item 5 as our next item, and that item 4 becomes item 5. And then, based on a request from Panama and Bahamas, we would like to bring back onto the agenda the election of the chairperson of the Committee for Hemispheric Security. If there's no objections, we can proceed the same. Adopted. Thank you. So next on the agenda now is the oral report on the results of the 8th meeting of ministers responsible for public security in the Americas. That was held and requested by the Dominican Republic. Before proceeding, I would like to congratulate Ambassador Cordero on her government and on the success of this important ministerial. I now give the floor to Ambassador Cordero to present her oral report on the outcome of MISPA 8, held in her country July 16th and 17th of this year. Madam Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Chair. I appreciate that you've given me an opportunity to deliver the report that we're discussing today. MISPA 8 was held from July 16th to 17th of this year in Santiago de los Caballeros in the Dominican Republic. The President of the Republic, Mr. Luis Abinader Corona, was there, as well as Vice President Raquel Peña Rodriguez de Antoña. The meeting was chaired by the Minister of the Interior and Police, and for 2 days, MISPA brought together high authorities in charge of public safety and delegates from member states to dialogue concerning 2 strategic axes: the reform and transformation of police forces and cybersecurity. Through dialogue, we highlighted the need to modernize police institutions through transparency, effectiveness, and greater participation with the community in order to strengthen citizen confidence and comprehensively address crime. In this regard, and in our search for a comprehensive approach, the report, which is adopted during this session of the MISPA, establishes a roadmap that looks at 3 priority areas: citizen safety and harmony, police reform, and cybercrime. Among the key guidelines of the recommendations, we have the promotion of public policy based on evidence, strengthening institutions with a focus on human rights, community participation, the ethical use of technology, and regional cooperation to face organized crime and digital threats. With a view to deepening our understanding of the goals included in recommendations, we held 3 panel sessions with international experts to analyze challenges and progress in policing throughout the Americas, how to better train police force, elements of the police force, and dealing with cybercrime. That includes interoperability and prosecution. Additionally, and with a view to following up on the recommendations delivered during the meeting in Santiago de Caballero, we agreed to have meetings on police management, emergency services, and prevention of and crime prevention. The first two to be chaired by the Dominican Republic, and the last one still to be determined. The government of Panama offered to host MISPA 9, which would be held in the second quarter of 2026 within the framework of the bicentennial meeting for Panama. Chair, before I conclude, and taking into consideration that the Style Committee will be coming together soon to review statements and resolutions adopted by the General Assembly during its recent regular session, I would like to ask that your office help us to assign for the revision of these meetings documents a space that will allow us to move forward in this regard. That includes the documents that were published in all 4 languages of the organization. And to conclude, I would like to express on behalf of my government and the people of the Dominican Republic our sincere appreciation to all delegations for their support in the search for consensus. This was crucial to the success of the ministerial meeting. I also want to extend to the Secretariat for Multidimensional Security and the Permanent Council, as well as all OAS staff that supported the event, our deepest appreciation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador, for that informative report. I now give the floor to any delegations who may wish to speak on that issue. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to begin by expressing my thanks to the Dominican Republic for the solid and constructive leadership displayed throughout the entire process, which allowed us to resume the MISPA mechanism. The convening of the 8th ministerial meeting in Santiago de los Caballeros was a relevant framework to strengthen hemispheric cooperation in terms of public security and safety. I also want to congratulate Panama for the generous decision of offering itself up for the 9th MISPA session next year. This is a gesture that shows the constant commitment that they have with the goals of the mechanism. Chair, Brazil actively participated in preparing for and discussing the 8th MISPA session, with the conviction that current crime, especially its transnational aspects, requires coordinated responses that are qualified and sustainable. This was seen through the presence of 3 of our representatives from the Ministry of Justice and Public Security, 2 national secretaries, and special consultants at a ministerial level who contributed as panel members during the meetings on the multiple themes. This was the result of an inclusive process where we had many discussions with member states. And these guidelines will be a solid basis for future work done within the framework of this mechanism. Finally, Chair, I would like to highlight the police training course promoted within the network, within the Red Pole context, which benefited so many police officers in the region, including the Brazilian Federal Police, and which was held at the University of São Paulo in Brazil. Thank you very much, Chair. The delegation of Ecuador wants to congratulate the Dominican Republic and especially Ambassador Mayerlin Cordero Diaz for organizing MISPA 8, held in Santiago de los Caballeros from July 16th to 17th, as well as the oral report delivered today. Without a doubt, MISPA is the forum within the Americas that allows us to strengthen links between our nations and carry out an exchange of experiences that allows us to improve in terms of public security for the government and the Republic of Ecuador. Citizen safety is a state priority. That has been seen in the creation of an initiative where we do not bow down to any kind of crime. And this happens when we need to intensify international cooperation. We have to collaborate among states to counteract the actions of transnational crime. Ecuador welcomes the guidelines established in Santiago de Caballero because it strengthens our commitment to public safety, and it will allow us to set up observatories in a preventative capacity so that states can have better data for their decision-making processes, their public policy-making processes, and for those reasons, Ecuador is convinced that we states must work to improve how we investigate and process criminals so that we can better tackle, crime, especially cybercrime, and thereby cover all kinds of areas through our hemispheric police forces. That is why security must be addressed as security for development. And this is part of the culture of integration that we advocate for. Thank you.
Seeing no other speakers, we once again thank Ambassador Cordero for her presentation and the great work of her country. The Council has taken due note of the report. As requested by Ambassador Cordero, I consult the Council to transmit the recommendations of MISPA 8 to the Style Committee of the 55th regular session of the General Assembly. This transmission aims to allow for review, correction, and editorial improvement to the text of the organization's official languages of the report. If there are no objections, the decision is adopted. Next item on our agenda is an oral report on the results, an update on the situation in Venezuela. This is in response to a request made by the Delegation of Canada pursuant to the provisions of Permanent Council Resolution 1261. We will proceed to receive a presentation providing an update on the situation in Venezuela. This presentation will be delivered by the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, covering recent developments. With this purpose, I am pleased to welcome Commissioner Gloria Monique Demise, Rapporteur for Venezuela at the Inter-American Commission for Human Rights. Madam Commissioner, we welcome you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Ambassador Stuart, President of the Permanent Council, Mr. Albert Ramdin, Secretary General of the OAS, Ms. Laura Gale, Assistant Secretary General, Honorable Permanent and Alternate Representatives of Member States and Observers, ladies and gentlemen. I address you today on behalf of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, 1 year after the presidential elections in Venezuela. An electoral process whose integrity and results remain deeply contested and whose consequences continue to gravely impact the fundamental rights of the Venezuelan people. More than a year later, the National Electoral Council still has not released the tally sheets needed to verify the results it declared in favor of Nicolas Maduro. This refusal to provide even the most basic electoral data violates national laws and international standards. It casts a long shadow over the credibility of the electoral process and strips citizens of their right to know the truth about their food. The consequences of this contested process have gone beyond concerns about transparency alone. State repression and serious human rights abuses were committed systematically. It is Mr. Maduro himself who publicly declared that more than 2,000 people had been detained in connection with the post electoral protests. It was the Attorney General of Venezuela who confirmed that 25 people had been killed in that same context. Of the 25 documented deaths, 24 were caused by gunshot wounds to the head and thorax, and one by a fatal beating. Only one victim belonged to the National Guard, the others were all civilians. The victims were male, with 68%, 17 people under the age of 30. 12 were classified as youth, aged 24 and younger, and 2 were minors, aged 15 and 17. Most victims lived in low income neighborhoods located in regions historically aligned with the ruling party. According to multiple civil society organizations, those killed included workers, motorcycle taxi drivers, and small business owners. It was also the state that admitted the detention of hundreds of adolescents, many from low income areas, who were either arrested during demonstrations or in targeted operations named by authorities as Operación Tuntun. 1 year later, there is no justice, no accountability, and no meaningful action taken to investigate these deaths or to protect the rights of those who remain detained. Many of the arrests have turned into prolonged arbitrary detentions or enforced disappearances. Dozens of political prisoners continue to be held without access to legal counsel or contact with their families in conditions that may account to torture or inhumane treatment. Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, the Commission has executed its mandate on Venezuela with the utmost objectivity and highest standards of quality for more than 20 years. Regarding the latest report that regarding the latest report on grave violations of human rights in the context of the electoral process, allow me to emphasize with utmost clarity that much of the information that we have cited comes directly from official statements by the Venezuelan authorities themselves, civil society organizations, and from direct testimonies from victims and survivors. As previously indicated, state officials have owned up to these figures. These are not interpretations, they are facts. The lack of investigations and accountability for the killings, the mistreatment towards children and adolescents arbitrarily detained can only be interpreted as impunity. Over the past year, the Commission, through its special follow-up mechanism for Venezuela, MASEVI, has interviewed 91 victims of the regime's repression in Venezuela, in addition to those in exile in Colombia and here in the USA. Their testimonies speak of a systematic pattern of abuse and abandonment. We have met with wives and children who found out through strangers that their loved ones are being held in El Helicoide, one of the most notorious detention centers in the country. By April of this year, leading civil society organizations had documented 903 political prisoners in Venezuela. At least 64 families had not been formally notified of the detention facilities where their loved ones were being held. In many cases, relatives still do not know for certain where these detainees are or even whether they are alive. They are simply instructed, often by unidentified individuals, to bring clean clothes and essential medicines without any official explanation. In parallel, at least 40 individuals, including human rights defenders, journalists, and political figures, had their passports arbitrarily canceled without prior notice or any stated justification. This is not due process. This is not justice. This is fear, secrecy, and cruelty used as instruments of control. The Masafi has also interviewed mothers of adolescents who were detained in the context of post-electoral protests. These mothers described with anguish how their children were mistreated, humiliated, and coerced into recording false confessions, videos in which they were made to admit their crimes or were made to admit to crimes they did not commit. They told us how their sons were forced to relieve themselves in front of others, stripped of their privacy and dignity. Some of these adolescents, after expressed suicidal thoughts, unable to cope with the trauma inflicted upon them. These are not isolated abuses, they are part of a deliberate strategy of repression that targets even the youngest and most vulnerable. We have received first-hand testimonies of journalists and media professionals, both in exile and within Venezuela, many of whom were arbitrarily detained following post-electoral protests, reflecting a broader pattern of repression. The body of evidence points to a systematic and deliberate policy of persecution targeting the independent press. The Office of the Special Rapporteur for Freedom of Expression of the Inter-American Commission has recorded numerous reports of forced disappearances, arbitrary arrest, and judicial proceedings devoid of due process, measures aimed squarely at silencing journalists for their work. These actions often originate directly from state authorities at both national and local levels. Despite the dangers, many journalists continue their reporting with remarkable resolve, operating in an atmosphere saturated with hostility, censorship, and intimidation. Some have had to adopt security protocols, suspend their work, avoid contentious subjects, reallocate internally, or flee the country to protect their lives. The general population too lives under the weight of pervasive fear. Many refrain from seeking, sharing, or even discussing information, especially content critical of the government, due to fear of reprisals. This widespread self censorship is compounded by state promoted surveillance and neighborhood level denunciation practices, which serves as tools of social control. The result is a profound unraveling of the social fabric. Interpersonal trust has deteriorated. Avenues for dialogue have vanished, and fear has supplanted freedom of expression as the norm in everyday life. The regime repeatedly claims that international human rights bodies, such as the Inter American Commission on Human Rights, the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, and the Independent International Fact Finding Mission, are, a, are part of a coordinated campaign to discredit a so called legitimate government. But if this is the case, then we must ask, where are the tally sheets that would validate the results of the 2024 presidential elections? Who is responsible for the 25 killings that occurred during the protests that followed? Where are Rosio San Miguel, Freddy Superlano, Juan Pablo Guanipa, Giorgio Plieri, Americo de Gracia, Perkins Rocha, Luis Palok, Jesus Armas, and the other opposition leaders who remain detained? Why have they been denied access to their
Thank you very much, Commissioner. We have appreciated your thoughtful and comprehensive update. I'm afraid we have come up against our time limit, so it is now the turn of member states and delegations who wish to make any comments or intervention on your report to ask for the floor. I see we already have a good list, so we will begin with Argentina. You have the floor.
Gracias. Thank you so much, Chair. We want to especially thank the rapporteur, Gloria Monique de Mes, for her report. It's clear, Chair, that the situation in Venezuela cannot continue. The Venezuelan regime is a paradigm of the systematic violation of this organization's very pillars. When a democratic process is botched, it does not represent a singular instant where an illegitimate regime sets up shop. Quite the contrary. Crime resumes. The crime itself resumes day after day. And so long as that regime remains, the crime also remains. It is repeated. Human rights are systematically violated, as is clearly explained by the rapporteur. And this calls on us as an organization to fully acknowledge the seriousness, the gravity of the situation. We see the forced disappearance of people. The crime doesn't end the day that the disappearance occurs. That's when it starts, and it goes on unresolved to this day. Surely everyone has heard our signaling of the Nahuel Gallo situation. There are many Nahuel Gallos, but we decided to use that person's name so that the disappearance doesn't just turn into a number. When a political regime exports terrorist organizations, it becomes a factor for regional destabilization, which affects multidimensional security, another one of this organization's fundamental pillars. What is the moral obligation that this organization has to the Venezuelan situation? What is the political responsibility that our organization has? We must be proactive. We have to denounce and expose what's happening publicly, but never normalize it or silence it. We are and must be the voice of those who suffer under this regime. The Secretary General has stated on multiple occasions in many sessions with us that he would listen to members in order to define priorities and how the OAS would respond. We hope that my country's voice will be joined by many members so that the Secretariat can bring attention to this matter. I am confident, Chair, that part of the OAS's future relevance depends on the situation in Venezuela. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Argentina. Peru, I invite you to take the floor.
Señor Presidente.
Chair, Peru thanks Monique Demis, the rapporteur for Venezuela at the IACHR, for the detailed report that she's delivered on the current situation in Venezuela. 1 year following the elections, I mean, we have to call them something, from July of 2024. This report is of vital importance if we want to understand the challenges that Venezuela faces in terms of human rights and democracy. And this allows us to continue collaborating on solutions to the terrible situation that this brother country is in. As we've expressed in multiple international fora, Peru remains deeply concerned over the situation Venezuela is going through, namely concerning the serious human rights violations that continue to occur there. We are convinced that international and regional solidarity and cooperation are essential to providing the people of Venezuela support in terms of humanitarian assistance and by strengthening mechanisms to defend their fundamental rights. Peru repeats its commitment to continue working hand in hand with the international community to support any effort that would bring about a peaceful solution and respect for human rights in Venezuela. In that regard, Peru remembers what was said on January 15th of 2025 concerning the situation in Venezuela, where alongside other member states, we reiterated the need to reestablish democratic order in Venezuela, ensure the unwavering respect for human rights, and ensure a peaceful transition that reflects the sovereign will of the people of Venezuela. We also repeat our commitment to the principles of the Inter-American Democratic Charter and the Inter-American System of Human Rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Peru. Panama, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On behalf of the delegation of the Republic of Panama, we are thankful to the permanent mission of Canada to have proposed including this topic on the agenda for today, for bringing us up to date on the situation in Venezuela. This is a topic that is and continues to be a serious concern for our country and the region writ large. We also are thankful to Madame Monique Demise as a rapporteur for giving us this report, and we have taken due note of her remarks and report. We reject the presidential impunity and the declaration by President Maduro and his lack of transparent publishing of the results as a result of the electoral process. The Venezuelan Republic their will cannot be replaced by a regime that just perpetuates suffering of millions. As a country, we have modestly but importantly made a call for a greater democratic process in Venezuela. We were able to shepherd the results of the 2024 municipal elections, and this was led by Mr. Edmundo Gonzalez and organized by Spain and the IDEA from the Americas. This act represents a firm commitment to electoral truth and international transparency. The President of the Republic of Panama, José Raúl Molino Quintero, has been clear and firm. Panama recognizes Edmundo Gonzalez as president-elect of Venezuela and reaffirms its commitment to democracy, reminding us all, and I quote, that the principles and values of democracy are not negotiable. As part of our state policies, we have made concrete decisions. On May 27th, we renewed flights between Panama and Caracas, allowing for families to be reunited and facilitating humanitarian flows. At the same time, on July 7th, we announced the reestablishment of consulate conversations and opening of relations so that we can reestablish diplomatic relations with the de facto regime. Mr. Chair, Panama backs the resolutions adopted by this body, and we underline the importance of the political will of Venezuelans to participate in a genuine, open, transparent, and democratic process. We call on the respect for Venezuelan sovereignty without interventions that would deepen the polarization or affect the possibility of a peaceful resolution. We also call on all Venezuelan authorities to cooperate with the Inter-American Court on Human Rights and other international organisms to safeguard the fundamental rights of the Venezuelan people. Finally, Mr. Chair, we express our solidarity with the Venezuelan people, and we ratify the fact that Panama will be vigilant in following the electoral processes to bring free, respectful, and transparent elections and respect for human rights in Venezuela. Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Guatemala welcomes the report from Madam Monique Demise, rapporteur from the IACHR, for the presentation that she has given us to bring clarity to the situation in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. We just celebrated 1 year from the presidential elections in Venezuela. However, that process was undertaken in darkness without international and independent observation, along with serious lack of transparency, a lack of respect for the request for results to be published transparently, with a breakdown of polling place results, and that has cast serious doubt on the electoral process. Members of the Permanent Council, Guatemala reminds us that we, together with 14 other member states of this organization, the Joint Declaration on the Situation in Venezuela, which highlights the lack of legitimacy regarding this process and exhorts a return to democratic and constitutional order. We also reiterate our backing of the resolution CP 2021, which was adopted in 2024, exhorting the Venezuelan government to publish the results of the elections broken down by polling place, and that way we could really see the sovereignty of the Venezuelan people, their political will, in a verifiable way. Unfortunately, those minimal conditions were not met, and the recommendations made in those resolutions were not reflected in concrete actions on the part of Venezuelan authorities. The report presented today reinforces our concern as an international community. The repression, the arbitrary detentions of opposition leaders, the serious restrictions to civil spaces, and other violations are unacceptable. And we do not see a democratic system functioning as a result in Venezuela, and we must escape or help Venezuela return to a democratic process. In July of 2024, and the electoral results, we do not see the political will of Venezuelan people reflected. Guatemala appreciates the recommendations in different reports by the IACHR, which are an important contribution to backing the rule of law, the separation of powers, and the full exercise of human rights in Venezuela. Those principles are indispensable for integral development based on justice and democratic principles. Mr. Chair, taking into account the independent opinions and recommendations made regarding the situation in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, we call on Venezuelan authorities to cooperate in a genuine and open way with the recommendations and the international community, both the Inter-American system and the UN, and respect the provisional measures it rendered, and to apply the recommendations made by the IACHR. We also call on the international community to continue being vigilant and monitoring the human rights situation in Venezuela, and continue to demand accountability due to the grave human rights violations that have occurred, and reparations for victims. Guatemala recognizes the bravery and will of the Venezuelan people to be heard, They have shown clearly their desire for change, and it is only in our conviction through open, transparent elections with full international observation that we will see a return to the democratic system of the country. And for our country, the defense of democracy is the only option to guarantee that countries in the region have full exercise of their human rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Guatemala. I'd like now to invite the United States to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The United States thanks Commissioner Demise for her continued leadership on Venezuela in today's important presentation. We also thank the Permanent Mission of Canada for elevating the issue for discussion at this critical time. Venezuela remains one of the most urgent challenges to human dignity, democratic governance, and regional security in our hemisphere. Secretary Rubio has been emphatic. The Maduro regime is an enemy of humanity. For over a decade, the Maduro regime has pursued a strategy of repression, electoral fraud, and authoritarian consolidation. The consequences have been devastating. Political prisoners fill the country's torture centers, the economy is in collapse, and millions of Venezuelans have been forced to flee their homeland to countries across our region. The May 25, 2025 sham elections represented yet another step in this authoritarian trajectory. We all know they were neither free nor fair. Electoral authorities were captured, independent media silenced, and opposition voices suppressed. That same sham electoral process included a controversial and illegitimate vote purporting to elect Venezuelan representatives to govern Guyana's Essequibo region, a move the United States rejects unequivocally as both unlawful and dangerous to regional stability. These national and regional contests were followed by the July 27, 2025 municipal sham elections, which were not conducted with transparency or accountability. To this day, the Maduro-aligned National Electoral Council has still not released disaggregated results by municipality or by parish. Mayors and councilors assumed head offices based solely on pronouncements from the illegitimate regime. Meanwhile, the Maduro regime continues to use arbitrary detention as a tool of control. According to the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, as we've just heard, hundreds of political prisoners remain in custody in Venezuela. In its recent statement, the Commission has denounced widespread use of incommunicado detention, enforced disappearances, and the criminalization of peaceful protest. The Commission has been clear. The Venezuelan state continues to repress, criminalize, and silence dissent through institutionalized violence. Behind every political prisoner is a family living in fear. Behind every protester detained is a citizen who dared to speak out. And behind every child crossing a border is a country they no longer recognize as home. This is what is at stake. The United States echoes the Commissioner's call to immediately release all of the arbitrarily detained individuals, including those that are Venezuelans or foreign nationals from around the world. Until the release of 10 U.S. nationals last month, more Americans were wrongfully detained in Venezuela than any other place. A disturbing fact that underscores the regime's use of hostage diplomacy to extract political leverage. This is not only immoral, it is unacceptable. We commend this Council for its growing attention to this issue, and we express strong support for Canada's leadership on the Declaration Against Arbitrary Detention in State-to-State Relations, which now includes 82 signatories. If we normalize fraudulent elections, hostage diplomacy, and manufactured territorial claims here, we risk setting a precedent that others may wish to follow. As Deputy Secretary of State Christopher Landau stated at our June General Assembly, the opposition not only won overwhelmingly, they had the actors to prove it. The regime didn't even bother to dispute the evidence of fraud. This is the level of impunity we are dealing with. We know the truth, and we must not look away. Every country in this room is affected by the crisis in Venezuela, whether by the strain on asylum systems, economic instability, or the erosion of international law that guide and protect all sovereign states. Addressing this crisis is not just a moral imperative, it is a national security necessity for our hemisphere. The United States stands firmly with the Venezuelan people. Mr. Chair, we call on the Council to reject the May 25th, 2025 elections as illegitimate, condemn the attempted electoral annexation of Guyana's Essequibo territory, reaffirm support for the release of all arbitrarily or unjustly detained political prisoners and foreign nationals, and uphold the work of the IACHR and other regional mechanisms as essential to human rights and accountability in Venezuela. The United States is not neutral in the face of tyranny. We stand with the Venezuelan people, not just in words, but in policy, in principle, and in purpose. And we urge the Council to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. Chile, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chile welcomes the report and is thankful to Madam Monique de Mies for our country. The human rights situation in Venezuela is one of a source of constant worry for us and is a regional security issue. Mr. Chair, reports like that of today from the High Commissioner of the United Nations as well confirms, and consistently so, a progressive deterioration of human rights in this country. These documents are based on rigorous analysis from verified sources, and they expose a situation that are affecting multiple parts of civil society, the economy, and Venezuelan people. We see serious vulnerations of the Venezuelan peoples and their exercise of human rights. Forced detentions, many people have been forced disappeared. They've been disappeared without any communication and subjected to inhumane and cruel treatment. We are particularly concerned that there has not been an investigation into the alleged torture under Venezuelan authorities' custody. The context for civil society in Venezuela has grown increasingly concerning. We've seen a disintegration of conditions for organizations who are losing their ability to exercise the right to express themselves, to join, to together, to manifest, to march. Deterioration of democratic processes. We are seeing forced disappearance of passports and other violations of human rights. Mr. Chair, Chile has been clear and reiterated the fact that human rights and access to these other liberties is imperative. We have to bring these rights back to the Venezuelan people so that they can live in a system where the rule of law is respected, due process, independence of the judiciary, and getting rid of legal obstacles that don't allow civil society participation. Chile calls on Venezuelan authorities to seriously and impartially analyze the violations committed and commit to reparations for victims and their families, because we cannot see reconciliation without truth or justice. We reiterate our commitment to democracy, the rule of law, and human rights. We will continue to work from that principled position for a peaceful institutional response and solution in Venezuela that is centered on the dignity and the rights of people. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chile. Costa Rica, the floor is yours.
Señor Presidente.
Mr. Chair, permanent representatives, Madam Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, IACHR Representative Madam Monique de Mies, delegates, good afternoon. We are thankful to Canada for including this point on the agenda, and we are also thankful for the presentation from the part of the IACHR and the Special Rapporteur to bring us up to date on the situation in Venezuela within the framework of the mandate that came out of CP Res 1261 from July of last year. On July 28th of this year, we celebrated 1 year from the presidential elections of Venezuela, and the Foreign Ministry of Costa Rica published a communique reiterating its profound concern in the face of an electoral process that didn't offer minimum guarantees of transparency, equity, legitimacy, as that the people deserve to in order to be able to express their political will. And in that communique, Costa Rica recognized the commitment on the part of the Venezuelan people, which participated peacefully at the polling stations and reaffirmed their democratic conviction. However, that citizen commitment was not reflected at an institutional level by guaranteeing an electoral process that was authentic, transparent, and verifiable. The highlighted irregularities included blocking of opposition candidates, restrictions to voting from abroad, and the absence of a transparent publishing of the results, which to date have not been presented and broken down by election location, which has impeded any sort of independent verification of the process. In addition, there are serious violations and consistent violations of human rights, as we saw today. Arbitrary detentions, restrictions to liberty of expression, freedom of expression, and the closure of civic spaces. And those practices undermine the principles of political pluralism and democratic representation, and they weaken trust in institutions. Costa Rica has the firm conviction that the respect of Venezuela's sovereignty and the self-determination of its people can only be understood within a framework of unfettered respect for its fundamental rights. And then it's for that reason that our country is of the opinion that the solution to the Venezuelan crisis must be built on a process of genuine democratic processes that are transparent and count on the full participation of its citizenry. And in that context, we are profoundly grateful for the follow-up that the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights has carried out, and we highlight the importance of the Permanent Council's remaining attentive and active as established in Resolution CP Res 1261. By supporting those efforts that promote democracy, justice, and the respect of human rights in Venezuela. Costa Rica will continue being willing to collaborate together with member states and inter-American system bodies in all initiatives that contribute to strengthening democratic institutions and promoting peaceful solutions that are inclusive and sustainable, with full respect for the will of the Venezuelan people. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Way to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paraguay appreciates the report and Madam Monique de Reis for the update on Venezuela. As we saw in the report, there are serious violations of human rights in Venezuela and a deterioration of the rule of law. This has been aggravated since for the last year since the presidential elections. We appreciate the opinions from the ICHR and the Special Rapporteur, and we hope to continue to be updated on the situation, including political leaders, activists, human rights defenders, and media representatives. Mr. Chair, the Paraguayan government has on several occasions raised its voice in regard to the situation in Venezuela. And our position has been reiterated during the last General Assembly in Antigua and Barbuda. To conclude, Paraguay reiterates its support for a return to the democratic system in Venezuela with a transparent and full exercise of human rights for the citizenry of that country. Thank you very much.
Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also thank Rapporteur Demis for bringing us up to date on the situation of the Venezuelan people. We recognize the work of the Inter-American Commission and whose key work we saw in the report and with the violations committed against the human rights of those groups mentioned. We reaffirm our commitment to supporting the Venezuelan people.
28th marked 1 year since the Venezuelan presidential election, an election in which the will of the people was not respected. Since then, the international community has witnessed the Maduro regime deepen its repressive practices, undermining democratic institutions, civil society, and press freedom. By consolidating power at every level, the Maduro regime has effectively dismantled democratic checks and balances. Venezuelan organizations confirm that there remain at least 1,025 political prisoners in Venezuela. Not only are these people deprived of their right to liberty, but they are also deprived of due legal process and necessary medical care, and some have been subjected to torture. We call for the immediate release of all of those unjustly detained in Venezuela, for Venezuelan authorities to stop using arbitrary detention as a form of repression, and to refrain from engaging in hostage diplomacy. Mr. Chair, Venezuelan authorities continue to use tactics that foster a climate of fear and intimidation, tactics that countries in this region have rejected in favor of democracy and dialogue. Through a combination of brutal repression and the weaponization of the legal system against civil society, the Maduro regime has also severely restricted civic space inside of Venezuela. Civil society and democratic voices face extremely limited avenues for political engagement and need support from the international community now more than ever. Silence from the international community risks legitimizing and entrenching authoritarian rule. Mr. Chair, the crisis in Venezuela goes beyond its borders and continues to have far-reaching consequences across our region, fueling unprecedented migration flows, straining public services in host countries, and contributing to regional instability. It has also created conditions that facilitate the spread of transnational organized crime, including human trafficking, drug smuggling, and illicit networks that undermine governance and security throughout our hemisphere. The human cost of this protracted political crisis is staggering, and the urgent humanitarian situation requires international support to alleviate widespread suffering and ensure access to basic necessities. A coordinated hemispheric response is essential to restoring democratic order and stability, and a solution cannot be achieved without strong focus centered on human rights. Recent developments only underscore the urgency of keeping Venezuela at the forefront of this Council's agenda. Canada's foreign policy is grounded in the belief that democracy, human rights, and the rule of law are not only universal values, but they're also essential to peace, prosperity, and security across the Americas. Let us act with resolve, unity, and purpose to support the Venezuelan people in reclaiming their democratic future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Canada. Uruguay, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, Uruguay would like to thank the Rapporteur Demise for her update on the situation in Venezuela. We take due note. Within that framework, we would like to signal the importance of the promotion of human rights, and in this context, we would like to highlight the work that the IACHR is doing in Venezuela and elsewhere. Today's report worries us, and it shows us the complex and multifaceted challenge faced by the Venezuelan people. Mr. Chair, we have to guarantee due process, the independence of the judiciary, and fundamental rights. This is essential to a solid democracy that can protect the rights of all, and we need to see open, competitive, and transparent elections. We are particularly worried by the restrictions to civic spaces, particularly the restrictions on freedom of expression, media, journalists, arbitrary detentions, and the undermining of institutional mores. We've seen a resumption of consular relations between Uruguay and Venezuela to bring reconciliation of families in particular. And within that framework, we will continue to working on to strengthen our consular efforts throughout the region. We reject the arbitrary detention of people, particularly minors, and we express our willingness to build a constructive, democratic, open dialogue to recover the institutionality and respect of human rights in Venezuela. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Why? Brazil, I invite you to take the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Brazil welcomes the work of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights and thanks and expresses appreciation for the report delivered on the situation in Venezuela. As we had an opportunity to see in other opportunities, or on other occasions, Brazil closely follows the situation in Venezuela, a neighbor country that we share all kinds of links with, in addition to a lot of border. The government of Brazil understands that the solution to multidimensional crises faced by our neighboring country should be defined by Venezuelans. In order for that to happen, we need to resume dialogue among all the political bodies of the country in full respect for the rule of law, including Venezuela's international obligations in terms of democracy and human rights. We thereby call on all political and social actors from Venezuela to be careful in their actions. Chair, we need to identify constructive ways to address these issues and address the situation in Venezuela. We shouldn't repeat actions that failed in the past, like isolating them or using unilateral coercive measures, which punish the population without solving the crisis. And so, we call on all actors at this table to work constructively in order to avoid worsening the crisis in the country. We believe it's fundamental that the OAS rebuild channels for dialogue with the authorities in Venezuela. In the past, isolating Venezuela only led to reducing our own capacity as a region to contribute to the situation in the country. The government of Brazil reiterates its unwavering willingness to, along with other members of the international community, support efforts to resume dialogue with the political actors in Venezuela, with a view to building a sustainable basis for peace and social sustainability and economic sustainability in the country. Finally, we call on all member states who have yet to do so to join the Inter-American Convention on Human Rights, the legal framework that allows us to hold today's debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brazil. Seeing no other member states wishing to take the floor, I'd like to invite the Secretary for Strengthening Democracy to address us.
Thank you, Chair.
Ambassador Stuart Savage, Assistant Secretary General, Ambassador Laura Gil, Commissioner Gloria Monique de Mes, ambassadors and alternate representatives on member state delegations. On behalf of the Secretary General, the General Secretariat acknowledges Canada for requesting the inclusion of this item on the agenda, and we commend the report presented by Commissioner Gloria de Mes. Her presentation highlights one of the concrete actions the OAS is taking to address the situation in Venezuela: the active monitoring through one of the organization's key institutions, the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. We fully support the call by the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights for international solidarity with the people of Venezuela. We will continue to advance our efforts through active diplomacy and multilateral engagement to address the challenge and crisis facing our hemisphere, including, of course, Venezuela, where the situation remains critical. The report presented today, along with the Commission's previous findings, speaks eloquently to that urgency. The question that truly matters to the people of the Americas is not what the OAS is saying, but what the OAS is doing. While acknowledging the views of the member states, now every effort must be made to address the registered challenges. Multilateral institutions are increasingly being evaluated by their actions, not just their statements. In that spirit, we are committed and dedicated to continue engaging with member states and other relevant stakeholders to identify and adopt actions that can concretely improve the lives of the Venezuelan people. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Secretary. Now I'd like to invite Commissioner Demise to perhaps wrap this up with a very short final words if she wishes to do so.
by saying, considering the seriousness and persistence of the human rights violations that we have reported on, the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights formally reiterate its request to the Venezuelan people to authorize an on-site visit, to the Venezuelan state to authorize an on-site visit. This would allow the Commission to carry out its mandate directly on the ground, engage with victims and authorities, and observe the human rights situation firsthand. In particular, it urges unrestricted access to El Helicoide, where numerous reports of torture, ill treatment, and incommunicado detention have been documented. We thank you. We thank you for having this issue on your agenda. I think sustained attention and solidarity is one that the victims, the people of Venezuela, millions of Venezuelans are looking forward to. Truth and justice deserve nothing less than our sustained attention and much, Chair.
I'd like to thank Commissioner Gloria Monique Demise, the Rapporteur for Venezuela of the Inter-American Human Rights Commission, for those last words in her presentation. This Council has taken due note of the presentation as well as the interventions made by delegations. In accordance with Resolution 1261 of August 16, 2024, this Council remains firmly seized of the situation in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. We will now pass on to the next item, which is the election of the chair of the Committee for Hemispheric Security in accordance with Article 28 of the Rules of Procedure. We would like to take this opportunity to sincerely thank Ambassador Henry Martin for her leadership and dedicated work throughout her tenure as chair of this important committee. The chair elected today shall hold office for a term of 1 year, as stipulated in Article 29A of the Rules of Procedure. In this regard, the candidacy of Ambassador Ana Irene Delgado, permanent representative of Panama, has been submitted. This nomination was presented by the delegations of the Central America and the Dominican Republic subregion, as reflected in document CP/INF 10625/25. I now offer the floor to delegations who may wish to speak. Colombia, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor. Thank you, Chair. Concerning this agenda item, the delegation of Colombia has the honor of proposing Ambassador Irene Delgado, permanent representative of Panama, before this organization to chair the CSH during its next session. Ambassador Delgado has a long trajectory as an ambassador in the UK, Ireland, and the International Maritime Organization. She has also worked in the National Assembly in Panama and has been part of many parliamentary commissions linked to international efforts, among others. She's a lawyer and a political scientist. She is a graduate from Santa Maria de la Antigua University. She has studied in New York City, where she was highlighted by the Journal of International Law and Policy. She has worked on international cooperation and strengthening regional mechanisms. We can see that reflected in her career as well as in Panama's participation in the work of this commission. She has deep knowledge of hemispheric matters pertaining to security, and for that reason, my delegation believes that Ms. Delgado has all of the experience necessary to take on the work of this group with a spirit of consensus, transparency, and diligence. Thank you.
The mic is yours.
Good afternoon, Chair. My delegation takes the floor to request that the election of Ambassador Delgado as Chair of the Committee on Hemispheric Security take place by acclamation.
I hereby extend my sincere congratulations to Ambassador Delgado on her election as Chair of the Committee of Hemispheric Security for the Permanent Council. We have full confidence in her experience and willingness to work inclusively and collaboratively with member states to strengthen political dialogue and cooperation for security in the hemisphere. I'd like to invite any further delegations to take the floor, starting, of course, with Panama. Panama, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Chair. On behalf of the Republic of Panama, President Jose Raul Molino Quintero, our Ambassador Javier Martinez Hacha, and our Minister of Security, I want to express my deepest gratitude to all delegations present here today who have bestowed upon me the honor of being elected by acclamation as chair for the CSH during this session. I take on this responsibility with a firm commitment to work closely and constructively with each of the member states on behalf of a safer, more cooperative, and resilient region. Panama believes that hemispheric security is a fundamental pillar of this organization, and for that reason, we have historically supported active participation in those mechanisms. We maintain a security agenda at the highest levels possible. We have been part of the UN Security Council, the Inter-American Committee Against Terrorism, SICTE, and the group of experts on asset laundering, HELAVEX. We have also been vice chairs of the ministers meeting in the Americas, and we will be chairing that shortly. In that context, I reiterate that the Republic of Panama's commitment to hemispheric security focuses on three main axes. First off, combating drug trafficking, the fight against transnational organized crime, and strengthening cyber security. We recognize that these phenomena, far from being isolated matters, are deeply linked with one another and to inequality, corruption, irregular migratory flows, and disinformation. For that reason, the Republic of Panama proposes that we move towards a focus of multidimensional security that is based on human security, promoting regional policy based on evidence with a preventive and inclusive perspective, where people are at the center of all security strategies. We also want to promote greater interoperability among security, defense, and justice bodies and strengthen regional agencies on information concerning drugs, drug trafficking, human trafficking, and asset laundering. Panama will continue to lead with concrete action. One example is our role in developing and adopting the roadmap for Central America to prevent the trafficking and illicit trade of small arms, light weapons, their ammunition, and explosives. This tool allows us to strengthen Central America's and the Dominican Republic's capacities in these regards. And that is how we will also continue to support the creation of an observatory between the OAS and CAF in security matters to collect data coming from OAS member states, systematize them, and use them to develop specific public policy for all involved states. Finally, as chair of this group, I want to work on fulfilling all pending mandates and promote a technical and transparent dialogue that will allow us to move forward in a joint fashion. I want to highlight the presence of Edgar Pitti and Amarili Rodriguez, who are both part of the Panamanian delegation here in this city. I am convinced that with political will and solidarity and cooperation, we can respond to hemispheric security issues with a human perspective. Thank you, Chair.
To you as the new chair of the Committee of Hemispheric Security, we wish you every success in these new responsibilities. Before we move on to other business, I just wanted to provide the esteemed council with an update on the Secretary General. As noted earlier, the Secretary General had hoped to address this council on the first agenda item of the reorganization of the structure of the General Secretariat. Regrettably, timing and technology have conspired such that he will no longer be able to make that intervention today, but we can look forward to it, I'm sure, at an upcoming opportunity. And thank him again for his interest and his attempts. Other business? Before offering the floor to delegations wishing to share any informational matters, I would like to make a few brief announcements. First, based on the distribution of mandates approved in our last meeting, the Chair has requested the Secretariat for Legal Affairs to proceed with preparing the necessary regulatory adjustments to implement the OAS Credentials Committee in accordance with Resolution 3040 of the General Assembly held in Antigua and Barbuda. We thank the Department of International Law in advance for their collaboration on this task and look forward to receiving their proposals. Once submitted, these will be forwarded to the Committee on Judicial and Political Affairs for consideration by member states. Second, I would like to extend a cordial invitation to all delegations to attend the opening ceremony of the 8th Inter-American Week for Indigenous Peoples, which will take place on Monday, August 11th at 10 a.m. in the Hall of the Americas in this illustrious building. I would like to thank the Assistant Secretary General, Laura Gil, her team, and all the delegations who have actively contributed to the organization of this important celebration. The Secretariat will also be distributing a formal convocation for the special session to be held in the framework of this week of Indigenous Peoples, which is scheduled for Wednesday, the August 13th at 10 a.m. in this same room. We look forward to the participation of all delegations in these commemorative activities. Having said that, I now offer the floor to any delegations wishing to present any matters that are purely informational in nature pursuant to Article 45 of the Rules of Procedure. Seeing no delegations raise their hands, I would just like to thank member states sincerely for their patience, flexibility, and professionalism today in supporting the chair in his endeavors. I hope you are satisfied, and I wish you all the very best. We now consider this agenda closed.
Even though Mexico asked for the floor.
I'm sorry, I overlooked a request for the floor from the delegation of Mexico. Mexico, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, Chair. Just to reiterate that everyone is invited on behalf of the permanent delegations of Bolivia and Mexico to an event being held next August 12th, Tuesday, at the Mexican Cultural Institute to reflect on the textile production of our indigenous women. It will be a roundtable where we will ask questions pertaining to human rights, intellectual property. We will be celebrating living cultures. We will have a cultural session, and if you want to wear your traditional dresses, by all means, you're all invited. Thank you so much, Chair.
Excellency, and we look forward to that event. Now I consider the meeting closed. Thank you.